I am so sorry about that, folks. I know this boring, oh. Oh, okay, yeah, I was a little concerned that the music just stopped, but no, it's just the title screen music looping back. Anyway, greetings, folks. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, you could call me any of those things. And welcome to another episode of Elden Ring Deathless Fire Spell Only Routing. Before we begin, I'd like to do something for my mods that I told them I would do yesterday, and I forgot all about it. How's everyone doing today? I know, front row seats to the, front row seats to the behind the screen stuff. Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it. Where are we? I'm pulling up the message that from yesterday in the chat so that I can make this. Okay, yep, found it. Found it. Pretty good, gonna be having dinner soon. Didn't get the offer you wanted for the car, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. Yeah, also I'm probably sure that if I saw that, I just missed something else. Nope, never mind. Okay, let's find that message one more time then. So, what do we want to call this? Maybe... exclamation... It has to be some... yeah, let's just call it boss. Or bosses. Yeah, too long. Those commands should be about 4 letters or less. And then that message. Just phrased from first person instead of third person. I'm not a Khajiit. I do not have wares. I have no coin. I know, the clacking of my keyboard must be an amazing sound to watch. Or hear. And this must be a spectacle to behold. Yeah, I don't really have a problem doing this. You guys aren't seeing anything that I wouldn't want you to see. That is for the YouTube side. I now need to take this and do it for the Twitch side. Sometimes you gotta do housekeeping. That is true. That is true. And then we just gotta do... you know what I should have done? I should have, yep, I'm gonna go back and copy the text for that, but make sure the command name is the same. I'm gonna have to do this a third time for whichever platform I choose to stream on next. Again, my contenders are between Trovo and Kick, and really, it's the whole, do I passively endorse a gambling money-based company, or do I accept that and go for the platform with bigger reach? Which would be Kick, by the way. I hate it, but my choices are of either Trovo, which is mobile gaming focused, or Kick. Because those are the options that are either gotten the most notoriety or have been around the longest. Copy all of that. Kick as in the platform that it used to be used for web chatting. No. Hang on, let me I'll type that in. Yeah, kick is in the full word, not kick with K-I, not K-I-K, which is, as far as I understand, it's like kind of like Snapchat, but, or like, yeah, it's mainly like a DMing, like a direct messaging service. Just hard to tell from speech? Yep, no problem. I'm gonna shift this over. My lever arm does, in fact, like this position. Okay, and we want to go over to the Twitch side and make sure I'm in the correct dashboard. Yep, because I have the only place where I've got Baldur's Gate commands is here on the Twitch side. Good. Kick is private messaging used for hookups and pedophiles. Yup. Sorry, I kind of auto-completed the word there, but yes. It is something that should be avoided at all costs. Okay, I'm going to refresh this, make sure it's ordered properly. Or is it sure if you were allowed to say that word on Twitch? It's just talking about the... It's talking about the thing itself. I'm not labeling anyone as a pedophile or anything. And if you weren't allowed to say it, it would show up under the auto mod. Or else it would be talked about. And if it isn't something I'm allowed to say, well, there's a reason that stuff is muted. There's a reason that Twitch will go through and mute it, or I'll even meet the ban hammer. But we weren't talking about, it's contextual. We weren't talking about or labeling anybody as a pedophile. It was simply the name. As he says the word a second time. Okay, it's at the bottom of the list. My lovely moderator, if you would do me a favor, while I finish my rounds of housekeeping, would you please test that command? It is !boss in all lowercase. Okay. Thank you very much. And also make sure the controller is actually connected. Yep. Okay, lighting up properly. Good. Now, let's get started, shall we? And again, just to reiterate for people, thank you. It's not exactly the same as the statement you put out, but what's on the docket today? Well, first, a little bit of recap for anybody who hadn't been here from before. We spent most of our time in the Siafa River, hunting rune pieces and killing the one boss that's here, and dying at least one time to a stupid jump. Then we went over to Liurnia, started clearing that out. We died to another stupid jump, bringing our total death count in the routing to 21. And in the process, we met the replacement boss, Thief Taker Acacio, as in acacia, as in the tree. Okay, I think I used a long A instead of a short A. It's Acacio. Thief Taker Acacio replaces, Fire Thief Adan. Physics is going to be Coin's biggest enemy in this challenge? Absolutely. because there are rune pieces to collect. If it weren't for that, and it was just kill the bosses, we would actually probably be toward the academy by now. You're back, gotta go eat dinner, then you'll be back? Sure. Enjoy dinner, and also, hope you enjoy your stay, or continue to enjoy your stay. I'm so sorry, I didn't even do the appropriate greeting when you arrived. Oops, it's what happens when I'm running late. Right, what was I saying before? Yeah, it's a replacement boss for the Thief of Fire, Adan. Killed him, and then finally defeated the Omen Killer in Ancient. It's all good, don't worry, thank you. What is on today's docket? More of the same, just starting from, the Knights Cavalry here, we're just going to kind of continue working our way through Liurnia. When you get back from dinner, I will have a lovely mount skin to show you. It's a really, really pretty mount skin. It's one of the few kinds of mods I can load in with Reforged to give the game its own character. At least my own character, anyway. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, let's just get started. We've had 20 minutes, and 10 of that was housekeeping. So guess what? The stream is going to go an extra 10 minutes, just baseline, because I'm late. I think that should be reasonable enough compensation. Let us... Where do we want to begin from? We want to just go to the Laskir Ruins? That might be a good spot to go to. Yeah, and it'll put us in good position to take out the Stell, or to get the map fragment from the Stell at the Academy Town Ruins. Now, for those of you who don't know, it's at the bottom of the hour. It's first thing. This is Elden Ring Reforged. Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul mod of Elden Ring. It is a vanilla... I would describe it as a vanilla style or a vanilla plus overhaul. It changes lots of stuff about the game in subtle ways. Not counting the mount that you see here. That's a separate mod. There are two mods here. One is a DLL file, and the other is this mount skin. Those are not part of Elden Ring. Those are separate things altogether. If you've ever seen the green bars underneath the... underneath, like, bosses or NPCs, and, like, a darker green bar under players, that's the posture mod. It either tracks stamina usage, or it tracks, in the case of players, or it'll track boss posture, which, when it breaks, you get your critical in. It doesn't do anything except track information. The other mod... Let me just get back to the web page for a second here. And I'll be going through a carousel of quite a few of these over time. But this one is the Falling Star Beast mount by Apollo Who? I got the saddle version because Torrent has saddles. But if I wanted to go without the saddle, I absolutely could do that. No questions asked. And this thing looks gorgeous. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's got pincers, but look, it's got a cute blue eyeball, and it's got fur patches and rocky. It's got just enough of Torrent in there that we know it's Torrent, but it really is its own thing. Anyway, let's get started. We've already burnt up an extra 2 minutes talking about the mod, so let's try to focus on the other stuff. So how's everyone doing today? Hopefully well. Hopefully well. I know some people definitely had a busier day compared to normal. What am I in combat with? A Squirt. Well, Squirt, I think Oh, you know what I just realized? I just realized we actually have to go back up here and scour the side for rune pieces, because we're also trying to advance Hieda's quest line a little bit at the same time. I guess our work's kind of cut out for us. We just gotta find the spirit spring that'll take us up there. It'll be a little bit before we get to our first boss. That's generally been the pattern as of lately. Just, you know, we end up parked in one of these like dead zone type things. One of these dead zone segments where it's just us roaming around the countryside. And I guess it gives us a chance to talk about all the little things. Or, you know, else, admire the architecture. If nothing else, look at all these embedded tombstones. Just look at them. Weird things. I watched the Zully the Witch analysis for the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC, and I gotta say, I'm more hopeful than ever that we're gonna be dealing with some version of Mikola. I mean, it's all guesswork to be sure, but... oh, just imagine being able to talk with Mick. Oh, that could be a cutesy nickname. Call him Mick. And then, you could label him Mick Jagger 2.0, since... I say him. Yeah, Mikola's a him. St. Trina's a her. They. I'm not. Like, the pronouns are very iffy when it comes to Mikola. It's not as clear cut as Marika and Radagon, who each go by, you know, him or her, respectively. Here, I don't. It's less clear, but since Mikola is referred to as a brother, and that's kind of what we know from Melania's speaking, that's how we're going to phrase it. Now, if Mikola just doesn't use any pronouns in, like, the actual DLC when we get there, then we're not gonna we're just gonna refer to Mikola as Mikola and not worry about it. Oh, okay, we do have to kill the foot soldiers. I don't think we need to tag you. Yeah, we don't need to tag either of these. Good. Maybe. The Codex will tell us if that is required. You guys will also have to let me know how the volume is. I've tried adjusting everything again. So if it turns out that it's extra loud, you know, tell me and I'll modulate it. I'll figure out where to set the limiter and everything. Because here's the thing. I kind of knew this, but I kind of figured, oh, I have to do it anyway. But if you set a limiter, you don't have to set, you don't have to, you know, use the actual audio mixer right there. You could just use the limiter filter on OBS to modulate. Just checking for rune pieces here. You can use the rune filter, the limiter filter, audio filter, in order to, you know, set the max decibel level that a person would hear it at. Of course, I actually should probably set the soundboard decibel levels to maybe minus, let's say -4. Or as close to -4 as I can get. Because I know the soundboard can be a little bit harsh at times. I want to get everything. I want to get all the audio just right. Why, hello there. You lonely little troll. Flame of Frenzy is a very useful spell. It allows for easy decimation of trolls. It shreds their poise. Something fierce. It took like 2 casts. Maybe possibly it would have taken 3 casts to, you know, poise break them, but we do in fact do that on a troll. So if you can aim the Flame of Frenzy where you're getting many of the hits, this thing is a beast for poise. Also, large bosses that can't really dodge out of the way of the Flame of Frenzy are gonna have issues with it. Heck, even the ancient hero of Zamor has issues with the Flame of Frenzy, because you track while it's casting. It's not a perfect track, but you will move if you're still channeling the spell. And it's raining. It's pouring. The old man is snoring. He went to bed and got hit in the head, and then he never woke up again. No, damn, dude, that got dark really fast. That's okay. I mean, maybe he went into a coma or something. No, most people would speculate that that last line implies murder. Or killing. Most people would draw that line. Or I think would reasonably draw that line anyway. No, I am not getting anywhere near you. So, there are a lot of rune pieces in... hello. That is a bug, for sure. I will now have to make a highlight of that. It is... So I would say just before the 35-minute mark. Okay, I've written that as a note of reference to find the the stuck enemy. I'll know where I'm going from there. I don't see a rune piece, but maybe it might be a glow you can only pick up on from down below. There may also be a rune piece on top of one of those crags instead. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go back to the lake basin cliffs and we're gonna check that. Don't worry, we'll have a chance to mark the foot soldiers. We don't need to worry about that. As long as it's not a boss, and even then, you can resurrect a boss. We'll have a pretty easy time marking. It's the stuff like the blood-obsessed knights that you only have a 1 or 2 time chance at marking, and if you miss it, game over. Okay, not up here. I don't see one, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Just means I don't see one. All right, let's keep going. And hope to God we do not encounter any more rain. It's sunshiny. I'd like it to stay that way. And it's raining. Damn it. We shouldn't need to mark these. Yeah, we shouldn't need to mark any of these marionette soldiers, but marking them's not a bad idea. Bad. Oh, maybe not. It made noise. Alright. You want to fall down there? Be my guest. Now you can't mark these little balloon things. They're not actually an enemy. It's so strange. You can mark the horses that the Knights Cavalry ride on, but you can't actually get the codex entry for them unless you just mark them independently. Like, I'd have to know to mark the horse, and the Knights Cavalry would have to not get in the way of that. Extra nice. Oh, I do wish there weren't multiple strays. Like, that legitimately came out of nowhere. I'll have to remember that. Now, on to rune pieces. There's gotta be one hanging out on the rocky cliff faces. Oh, I'm gonna have a localized aneurysm for jumping over things, just like we had yesterday. Maybe I need this lovely little reminder. Whenever the soundboard would like to, whenever the soundboard would like to actually work.
Now, don't get excited.
Perhaps I need that kind of reminder. Yeah, that is the Soul Calibur 4 Maxi line. I found a pretty nice, clean voice set on YouTube. I snipped it apart. I put it in Audacity, snipped it apart, and found some good voice lines to use. At least one. Yeah, I have 3. Or maybe 2, and one's actually a Soul Calibur 6 line from Maxi, but I digress. Okay, we know about that down there. There's at least one rune piece in that section, but we're not here for that yet. We could get that later. What about around here? Because for every rune piece that is actually where you'd expect it to be, there are like 8 or 9 more that, or there are like at least 2 or 3 that are actually just plain out in the open. And you're only... You either notice that they're there, or you don't notice and you miss them altogether. Now, it's worth mentioning that we have 26 more rune pieces to go. So we are, in fact, scouring the countryside looking for at least 26 of them. Speaking of, there's one right there. And it's not even that hard to get. In fact, we even have a second chance. This soldier. killed your brother. I want to spare you. Okay, good. Good. We've got out of there without too much trouble. Now, we have a predicament. We have a little bit of a predicament anyway. We have to... See, there's this tower here. It's like right here. There's this mage that's super annoying. There's no real good way to get to it. I think if you go up here, you might be able to make a set of tricky jumps along the backside, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Also, we can at least wait until... Yep, I know you see me. I know you care. And I fixed you. By murder. By the 9 divines. Assault. I need that one on the soundboard. I need that one on the soundboard. I think of things that I want in the soundboard. It's just, again, I'm worried about what happens. I heard that. There's a stray that barked. No, he's not gonna die. So that swipe should kill him. Should be one over here in the rocky crag somewhere. We just gotta find it. But before we find a rune piece, there is a stray that's walking around in the purified ruins. Yep, that one right there. It's a giant stray. We kill those. I'll find some quotes. I want to find some that are all my own. That's kind of why I'm a little reticent about using this one.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Because it's one that everyone knows, right? It's one that everyone knows. It's like I was asking in the Reforged Discord not that long ago, looking for an analog to this, or more specifically, I was asking for video game dialogue that has a stop right there, or hold it right there. It's like it's a turn of phrase you don't think about too often when you hear it during gameplay, but when you want to go find it, when you want to go find where exactly in the video game that people snap off a statement like that, good luck finding it. My God, you are going to have such a difficult time trying to find that basic phrase anywhere. You walked into the fire, my friend. And I don't think the rain was gonna save you from that. Oh, wait. There is a stray. If I keep the pillar transposed, we might be okay. We're gonna do a wraparound sneak. Or attempt to. Probably not get very far, but we're going to attempt to do it anyway. You I shall kill with my own hand. And that soldier has glowing yellow eyes. Anytime you see the glowing yellow eyes, I believe they have 30% more health when this happens, and killing them becomes kind of a more difficult challenge. Damn you! Oh, you just hopped up here! What a Chad! Chad Gamer, am I right or am I right? Oh, and a stray jumped up here too. Man, anyone who's thinking of jumping up here There is a foot soldier. Ah, you're up here. This has just been a near comedy of errors. Like, holy lord, I was not expecting... Oh, look. An orgy. Look, they've even got the... the drained faces after one experiences an orgy. Like, everyone is usually happy, has a pretty good time at an orgy, at a party, at a bear... Yes. I'm sorry, let me make sure I'm utterly clear, since we already had the pedo scare from before. I'm talking about the barefoot parties. And where people don't wear shoes. You know, an actually really common occurrence at household parties. The orgy. Yeah, now you could say to your friends, you know, if they make you take off shoes, you do realize you're committing us to an orgy, right? They're gonna be like, no, what's that? No, there's no way. People would have to take off more clothes. No. Are you making us barefoot? Okay. Well, that's an orgy. There's at least 5 of us. What an archaic definition. But man, does it work. And boy, do some heads, like, just cast some side-eyed glances as soon as you say that, too. But in all seriousness, we should normalize the word as not a sexual escapades, but purely as the 5+ members barefooted party it actually really is. I bet you a rune piece is probably inside. I know at least one is inside one of the other buildings. Now, inside here, we're gonna find a Cuckoo Glintstone Knight. Yep. Look at that. What a trooper. What a trooper. That is the Cuckoo Great Shield Knight. Fortunately, I guess we can, if we're gonna be making good use of the madness spell, we could, in fact, wear the clarifying horde charm, which will drain it off us that much faster. And make it a little bit more likely that we get at least a couple of extra spell casts off it. And if only we had any, like, sleep-inducing spells. But we don't. I'm hoping the DLC will add some. And, or if the DLC passes and none exist, then maybe I could sweet-talk, you know, Evidian or someone else into, Team Reforged. Into making one. Because oh boy, wouldn't that be sweet? You know, magic, either magic healing or I could see holy damage associated sleeping spells. And I would just go to town. I would instantaneously make a sleep spells only build with the caveat that I'm allowed to default to an R2 or something if you know, a boss is immune to sleep. because there are some enemies in Elden Ring, most notably like the phantoms or the puppets, that are actually immune to all status effects. Whether that be poison or madness or deathlight, there are quite a few bosses that are just immune to all of it, and the only way you can win is by dealing damage. So if the spells don't deal any baseline damage, like let's say Soporific Mist. I'm sorry, it would be... I'm sorry, guys. I tried super hard to press that mute button, but the sneeze was just gonna come out. Oh my god. The colored dots are flying all over my eyeballs right now. Right over my field of vision. Oh. That is awful. Ugh. Okay, let's not have the sneeze be the most noteworthy moment, shall we? Instead, what might be incredibly noteworthy is that we have not found a Shabriri Grate. Actually, didn't we just find a Shabriri Grate not that long ago? Yes. It was where the Cuckoo Great Shield Knight was. Actually, I want to get this name correct. It's a name I screw up all the time. All the time. All the time. Cuckoo Knight. They're just Cuckoo Knights. Okay. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Oh, what would be a good analog to that? Oh, hello, Hyetta. Hyetta. I have to remember, it's Hyetta.
Hello? Would you donate him on a pilgrim when I eat? You're not like they rest their trim, howling word, they're frail, but you are most kind. May the blessing...
There you go, Hyetta. Enjoy your greasy, grimy gopher guts, mutilated monkey meat. Dirty, dirty birdie feet, French fried eyeballs dipped in carrot seeds, and you without a spoon. That's what I gotta say about that. Let's go find some more rune pieces, because I think there might be one more. Somewhere in this area. It might be underneath the rocks. If not, you know, whatever. Oh, we need 4, and then I could turn in for something sizable. Because we have, what, exactly 2 of the binding runes? Yes, so the next 3 binding runes of dexterity will get us up to the stat cap, or it should get us up to the stat breakpoint. So we don't need any more rune pieces, but you know, having the rune pieces for Renala would be pretty nice. The ones related to FP consumption would be fantastic. I guess before continuing onward, let's, what is our next boss? What is our next boss after the Deathbird on the Scenic Isle? Yeah. Let's, in the interest of wanting to do something, besides, you know, like, mosey around killing rune pieces, I think this is probably our worst track record, even with the 10-minute, you know, boosted duration. Oh, actually, before we even... that is not good. And the knight took it anyway. Where's the sorceress? I know I spotted one. Right there. And we know there's going to be a troll knight somewhere in the not too distant future that we want to kill before, you know, just bypassing the lot altogether. You know, I thought we had killed them already. I guess not. There we go. I thought we'd gotten the codex entry is what I wanted to say. Alright, let's get to it. Wait for them all to leap in. You gonna do this song and dance, are you? Nice. Yeah, so your garden variety puppet almost always operates the same as the base version, but normally their attacks either deal like magical damage or they gain some ability to teleport around, kind of like the mausoleum counterpart of an enemy. Like a mausoleum knight would teleport around. But for the most part, they are the bog standard copy. So, like, the puppet sorcerers are, well, they're sorcerers of the base type. The bog standard, you know, if there were puppet foot soldiers, they would be the exact same as a normal foot soldier. Now, we're gonna let the puppets fight each other this time. Change it to nighttime. Fight the puppet, and then take a break. And then, yeah, then we'll take that break and everything will be peachy, kosher. Ugh. Those sneezes, man, I tell you, if you don't eat any spicy food, they're gonna loosen your nose. I may, clean up while, you know, while, we're on break. Nope. No, I didn't want to be noticed. Don't notice me, senpai. Thanks, but I'm not interested. This should be a... Okay, we didn't have a new codex entry for it, which would have been good. Oh good, we can sneak around that one then. Let's do that so that we can get ourselves the other grace site. And then if we, you know, die to something stupid, we can fix it. Oh, nope, no thank you. Nope, absolutely not necessary. Don't even worry about it. Well, wolfies, don't jump down. Just get back on your rocks that you were perching on so nicely. It's not. It's nighttime, but it looks like it's a sunshiny day. I don't think I've. Only in Liurnia or like in Altus are you gonna find that even the daytime looks. Even the nighttime looks like daytime. Even when you're Superman, the Batman, it's stuff like that. Nice bear. Screw you awful son of a gun. Is there, in fact, a rune piece over this crest of rocks? I wouldn't be surprised if there were. Or maybe tucked behind here, like so. No? No such luck. Okay, then. Let's kill ourselves a boss. We've gone too long without that. That is a spell with exactly the wrong kind of timing. Okay, we got the funeral steed. We just had to be very picky with how we dealt with it. Yep, thank you. Just get back on your horse. Oh, I have to be extra careful. Goodbye. So we're gonna go back to the rest site and take a break. For those who are for those on YouTube, it's gonna be a lonely 5 minutes for you. For those of you on Twitch, there will be a 90-second placement of ads to help keep the lights spinning. Appreciate anybody who watches those. Otherwise, you know, you're gonna get ads on YouTube, but watching the ads on Twitch helps me out more than anything. If you have to go somewhere to for the watching experience, I recommend Twitch over YouTube. I just don't have the current infrastructure on YouTube to roll out ads or other features to you. I just don't. But regardless, 5 minutes on the clock, 90 seconds of ad time. Thanks to anybody who sticks through the ads or through the 5 minutes of break. Otherwise, I'll see you after this commercial break. And regardless, thank you. sorry about that. I am back. I ended up having to answer nature's call, so I took a little bit longer than I expected to in getting back to you. If you guys liked the content and want to support me for free, feel free to do so with follows, subscription, and YouTube subscriptions to be specific. Or, more importantly, you know, liking the VOD after it finishes. Sharing the VOD. You know, sharing the stream link to people. Like, tell your friends. Those are free ways you can support me. Of course, you being here is enough. But if you want to return any of that back, those are things that you can do that don't cost you any money. Now, if you want to support me in a more direct financial manner, or you would like to help... Oh, sorry.
Principles you would
I intended to leave it on the intermission screen for a second, but I will just go ahead and put that back. If you intend on supporting me in a more direct manner, I would kindly ask that you donate on Twitch. I'm trying to raise some money for the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC. It is going to be $40 without tax. So I'm trying to raise $50 to cover the tax and everything. We've got plenty of time. It's not supposed to drop until summer. And that could get pushed back, it could get moved up, but the planned baseline is definitely summertime. Let me also move the split. We'll get going to the Scenic Isle after we go back and scour the tower looking for rune pieces. I know we got one earlier. Not going to be over here. It's not going to be in this section, unless it's up here on this rock spire. No, I definitely don't spot it. Anything over this way? I could have sworn not, but sometimes you just don't look in the right spots. Don't worry. Again, this is something I'll get better at as, you know, time progresses. This will be something that will become like, oh, okay, this is why I'm going here, or why I'm going there, etc., etc. Now, I will go ahead and thank everybody for, you know, watching up to this point. I greatly appreciate it. It means the world to me. I'm honored that anybody is lurking or watching at all. And I'm especially grateful for any commentary that has happened throughout the hour to start with. It definitely makes the time spent streaming a little bit easier when I can share, and when I can share not only in the conversation or in the gameplay, but also the conversation. It means a lot. I would probably still be doing this even if I just never cultivated an audience, but it looked like dog shit. Absolutely. to use that word. You know, me with a cruddy console to streaming service, and I would have some cruddy headset mic. Yeah, it would be awful, but I'd probably still do it. I'm headed up the front way on the tower, and I don't want to be heading up the front way on the tower. I want to actually be going around this way. Yeah, and I think the Shabriri Grape is actually up the hill anyway. Now, my plan is once we actually, you know, clear out the tower, we will grab we will go back and actually deal with the death bird. We can start to like, oh, hello. Very much a hello. You wolves can stay down there. It'll all be fine. Just stay there, let me do what I gotta do, and don't get in my way, and you won't have to die. Okay. I think no, we don't have to kill any more wolves than we got to. At this, we're pretty reasonably leveled for Liurnia. I'd be a little worried if we went to, say, I don't know, Ainsel River. That I might want an extra 20 levels for, but we'll figure that out. Now, see, this is what I was talking about. There's a set of jumps you can make, right? I really think we're going to end up just having to go the front way on this, but we can find a good spot on these rocks. And see, there's the rune piece right there. You know, we're lucky that we didn't die here. Let's just mosey on along and do our best not to die. And then maybe we can make... Okay, there's this fall. See? A pretty easy recovery. I say easy, it's like it's a serviceable recovery. We're just gonna leap up here. There we go. And we can make another pass at this. I'm really worried I'm gonna just die here, like really and truly. Like, and that this rune piece is just generally not worth the effort. But we don't know until we try. Oh my god, we got that rune piece. That is a super sketch way of getting it, though. But then again, also, you know, just going in through the front door with this siege tower and everything is also hella sketch. I think that's probably going to be one of the rune pieces I have to write off because it's just too damn risky to go out of our way to get. We either have to deal with a tower we have no interest in. Oh, hang on. We just use the assassin's approach here. That isn't going to stop the phantoms from spawning, but... Oh, it actually does stop the phantoms from spawning. Imagine that. Imagine not having to fight 50 different puppets. Be very quiet. We're hunting for codex entries. Climb up. We should still be able to come up here. And then... Oh no, I killed him. I was gonna mark him. Instead, I killed him. Ah. Heroics gone too far, and... Okay, we at the very least didn't die. Now we're gonna check these tents for rune pieces. I don't expect there to be one, but you never know. there they are. Yup. Nope, in here. Let's LFG. And you, I can probably just use generators on. Yep. Good work. Oh, look, another one. Oh, the phantoms kind of all appear at once, don't they? If you go in from the back. Okay. We at least got the rune piece, but that going through this way was not at all worth it. Well, and I don't think it's worth it in general. So what I'm gonna do, and not get distracted with Discord stuff, as I am prone to doing, we're going to pull out the route notes. So, if you guys want to know about the route notes at any time, you can type in exclamation mark D route. D route. And that'll bring you to the fire spells routing sheet. Here in Liurnia, we're going to post a new note. It says the rune piece outside of Highway Lookout Tower. That's kind of a long note, but hopefully that'll work for everyone's purposes. Again, when we get done with the routing, I like to actually go over those notes with you guys, and we can kind of like figure out what way we can figure out what way we can internalize the notes best. Or, you know, if you guys have, you know, things you'd like to add of your own volition, you know, you can leave me a comment in the notes. I'll give commenting permissions for that at that time. I'm fairly confident those aren't. I don't have commenting permissions set up for those notes. But if I did, you know, I might shut them off until I might have shut them off until the end of the routing, honestly. But yeah, I figured that would be a way to get you guys sort of involved, and also at the same time, well, when I say involved, I don't mean, oh, you're going to help me do the route planning. No. Just extra eyes on the things that I've helped make. That would really be helpful. You know, if you guys have any questions, you can... that would also kind of be a massive Q&A session you could use for that. Why am I not allowed to port anywhere? Is it because of the ongoing battle? Must be because of the ongoing fight. Let's rest. We're gonna go back to the lake shore and go look at the scenic isle. Get that death bird there. Maybe also, is it currently nighttime? It is nighttime right now. That is good. We want it to stay that way. We're gonna take a little bit of a detour through the Laskia ruins. We're just gonna ignore these guys as best as we possibly can. And, you know, like, accidentally ride into them. That also works. But we're going to attempt to ignore them and focus on... right, I can't open that while we are... This does not work for the horse, right? It works for the bloody horse. Does it transfer to the horse? It sure does. Wow. I did not know this about Assassin's Approach. I knew a lot of other support spells did, but I did not expect that to transfer to Torrent, but it does. This is just amazing. We can literally use this to make our presence less noticeable, and thus we'll be less likely to bump into some enemies that want to kill us. Because our noise won't give us away. Okay. Oh. And that was annoying. But at least I hit the mute button this time. Don't count on that being a constancy. It sort of depends on my reflexes. We have for crafting again. Also, we need to break down our materials again. Okay, good. The moss is used only for this. Albinoric Blood Clot? Okay, that is definitely getting converted. Same with the Firefly. Mushrooms become this. Yeah, welcome to the crafting system of Elden Ring Reforged. You convert all your items into these intermediary forms, and you can use the intermediates to make new items instead of needing the exact items required to make an item. It's pretty nifty, honestly. That should give us plenty. Only thing I'd be a little concerned about is the crackling substance. That might run a little bit thin, but we can fix that given enough time. We will go ahead and make another 26 and get back to our grind. I'd like to get more than one boss done per hour, if at all possible. That obviously requires me not to talk quite as much, doesn't it? Now, Velasquez Ruins is one of those ruins that actually has a pretty nifty spot. It's insidious, but it is also nifty at the same time. You see that gazebo looking structure over there? Yeah, there is a ruin seal at the top of that, and we have to make our way over to that. As best we can, and also deal with all the revenants at the same time. And killing all the enemies actually does give us codex entries. I don't know how I avoided that, other than I did. He was like pushing. You've seen the enemies in Dark Souls 3, the Ringed City DLC, the ones that stand outside of the like narrow pathways, and they push you off of the pathway into the void, and you die. Those enemies had a really potent shove, and they still have a potent shove here. shoves kind of hurt. Even with the absorption, that's still hurt. Okay, yeah, there's one here. I want to say this one has 3 seals. And go ahead and refresh this. Try to use our generator here as much as we can. This part's definitely going to be interesting. Come on. We know there's one lying around. Seal broke. Let's refresh. And, you know, I surely hope these are not triggered based on sound. Because before, they would appear even if I just stumble into the area. But kind of suck if that weren't the case. But it stops being the case. No, they're based on proximity. This is fine. Any more? There's usually at least one more when you think you got them all. There's one more lying in wait. And overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, as they say. I think... Oh no, there's one right there. Yeah, we'll fireball that one. 369. That's nice for a different reason. And not just because it contains the nice number in it. But it contains like a, you know, an interval where you'll find the nice number again. And you pass by it 3 times. Alright. Here, we're gonna use some summons to kind of help me out. Thank you, guys. Much obliged. I hate Royal Revenants with a dying passion. If I know one is there, I will absolutely summon the ever-living shit out of my minions and have them pub stomp the Royal Revenant. I do not care. That's why I'm so glad there's a summons allowed clause. Oh, nice. I forgot there were 2 there. That's okay. You know, at least it's a done deal now. Oh, right. You have to use this wall to get up here. That's right. It's not too hard to figure out how to get up here, but you have to know something's up there, right? Like, if you don't know that there's a ruin seal up top, you're never going to come up here. And you would never have to in vanilla. And there was no reason to prior to the ruin rework either. Which, don't get me wrong, I love the ruin rework, but oh my goodness, is it a divisive piece of editing. I like that it creates a relatively thin platform as well. So you can just fall through and you're done. Okay, we know that there is a The ruin is over here. We're just gonna go ahead and... Oh, please don't tell me this is a trap room. I would hate for that to be the case. No. We do get the Wraith Calling Bell, though, which we are allowed to use. As far as I understand, it's not a consumable, but I think you're still allowed anyway. And especially in Reforged, where I think the ancestral, I want to say it's like the ancestral, head, deer head, or whatever that thing is one of the few ways you can apply sleep, consistently, outside of, like, you know, St. Trina's sword. Okay, so far so good. All right, let's make it up to the Scenic Isle. The rune pieces are very spread out, by the way. It's very hard to find them out here in this marsh, and they can literally be anywhere. But here we are. Hey there, meatbag.
Oh, well, it's me. I'm still in biz now. I'm Hatch's important. By the way, she's a strange... Not that it strange you're making... Well, have you ever seen a clunky can long ago? And get this, it's transpositional, so right, it'll chuck you out.
Your chuckling means that you're lying, you know, fart bag. Oh... I am so original with my insults. Literally everyone says them. And that should tell you how unoriginal I actually am. You don't need square off, or ice spear, or... I think it's a parry skill, so I'm gonna keep it. Covers FP while in combat. Now that could be interesting. I kind of class this in the same field as, you know, the axe. Like this has the FP on slay effect, which is really interesting. We're gonna keep the crystal sword. And the reason we're going to keep the crystal sword is because in cases where there aren't enemies to kill, I think Renala might be a special exception, because there's a phase that has them, and then there's a phase that doesn't, or that doesn't have as many ads, and none of them are long-lived during phase 2. So it might be nice to have the crystal sword out so that we can cast extra spells during a real fight, as opposed to, oh, well, we don't get anything because we're using the axe instead, and we might not even get a chance to kill enemies. It's a strange thing, I know, but just gonna sell all these. We're never using arrows, by the way, or a gilded great shield, or the Sage's set. I'm gonna keep this for posterity and just say, yes, we actually killed Ensha. Plus, it's like, it's nice to have... Oh, we do not need this. Headshots? It can't hurt to keep it, but we're probably good to sell it in most cases. You have anything worthwhile? Not really. You got a stone sword key that's at a rip-off price, so I guess we'll get it.
Cheers for that.
Cheers for your scam, sucker. I don't know. I just felt like saying something stupid to Patches.
Share them with me.
Nope.
Your thoughts.
You want 46 in Arcane. How is our... Okay, we're very nearly at 200. Good. I think we're making good progress in that front. The head north, right? And it should still be nighttime? So we shouldn't have to go super far to get to the Deathbird? Deathbird? But before we actually deal with the Deathbird, we should take care of this land octopus who will get in my way first. We're not going to be killing the Deathbird the whole time. Still at medium load. So let's change our armament and get to work. My mod is not here, so we will go ahead and use this command. But I will typically acknowledge... I will typically acknowledge statements during a fight, but I won't actually reply to them until the fight is over in some capacity. So with that little bit of warning out of the way, I will see you guys on the other side of this. What are you doing? Oh, you don't like this? Okay, sure. I'll have to remember that. There's like a bit of leashing. Once again, these guys are super relentless in how they pursue foes. Oh, I should have had the axe on for that. I mean, not that it's necessary, the boss is dead, but there you go. We are good to move. We got the Deathbird. We are now on to the Erdtree Burial Avatar at the Isle, but before that, we're gonna make a quick visit to the Academy Town ruins and grab that Stell so that we can, you know, kind of see where we're going, at least when we're in some sections of Liurnia anyway. That'll be up this way in the north. And then once we have that, we can sort of see Blackguard's quest line and where Riot is and all that other fun stuff. I like to think we're making good progress. Also, what do you guys think about the Falling Beast skin that I have on? There's another really provocative one that's referred to as the Jar skin. Jar Ent is the name. I forget. Someone gave me a link to that, so I sort of know. I want to say we want to head here and then over to this shack. So we're gonna do that. Mark. Oh. Oh God, no. Oh God, no. Get on the mount. Get on the mount. Get out. Is that a third one? Crawfish country. It's your worst nightmare. That's a death on the way. And you know, it would be F8, isn't it? No, it's not F8. You look at the bindings for this, and Shift 8 F8 would have reset the whole damn thing. So I'm glad that happened. It'll be Shift F7, and then Shift F2. Shift F7. Oh, I'm pressing F3. That's what's happening. Yep, function key number 3 instead of function key number 2. Alright, let's try again, except we don't stop. Also, we're going to put on the Assassin's Approach and see if that helps. It probably won't help with all of it, but it might help with enough. Yeah, let's try to avoid the carcasses. That is a dumb death, but I'm glad that we have the spell that we have. Having Assassin's Approach. Oh, nice. Awesome. I should get off Torrent and deal with these other guys first. I hate these guys so much. We know that guy is coming out of the woodwork. Nope, are just gonna keep this tree interposed, so they can't do that. You stop. Well, that was a nightmare and a half. It could have been worse, but it definitely still sucked.
Hello? Please. Over here. Hello. It's rather chilly here. My mistress sent me off on but I was accosted by a ruffian. Could I ask you that thug mate only if you've any... Oh, what
It's
a
just a
blessing
necklace.
that thug
Surely we
should
could
be
come
his.
to some arrangement about, you know, not having to kill him. And the guy probably would seem pretty chill about it. As in, he don't care about the real thing. He just wanted money. What was Boggart's reason for stealing the necklace, though? Like, speaking like separating myself from the story, is there any reason why he took the necklace other than, you know, he said something cross or whatever? I'd love to know. Oh, please let me up here. There we go. One over by Boggart's house. 2 more of these things and I'll probably go exchange them.
What are you looking at? You trying to start something, mate?
No.
Show me, and I'll consider. But I'm not in love with. You're a shrew first. All right. thing's no damn your bloody idea. Oh. All right then. I could be. Oh, all right, well. But it ain't my fault anyway. Lucky she ain't died on the bloody roads.
Ah, so she called you a ruffian because you duped her in a deal. Fine, yeah, whatever. Take a boiled prawn.
You're tarnished too. Can you see it then? I can't see it at all, no. Makes no bloody sense anyway. Cruel bloody joke. Maybe something went tits over it. The Erdtrium say. Never met someone where we'd make good mates around. I'll be seeing you.
I will touch grass. Then we'll make it back over to Raya. And then we'll make our way over to the Erdtree the Erdtree Avatar. Why did I write here? I wrote the Erdtree Burial Avatar? That's not correct. Oh, and now I know why. That's because this should be the... Yeah, that should be the Erdtree Burial Watchdog. Yeah, no wonder I'm saying that. We're not supposed to... we're supposed to head back to Raya, and then we gotta go, That makes a lot of sense. But I feel like I should swap those. Yeah, I definitely feel like we should swap around the order of a boss or two. Because going back and forth like this doesn't make a lot of sense. Unless I did it for leveling reasons. Oh, by the way, let me show you the bird's eye telescope. These things were kind of generally useless before. But I'd like you to take a look at something. So you get a pretty good bloody view of everything off in the distance. Okay, not an amazing view, but you could definitely get some things to show up that you wouldn't be able to see before. And if it's closer, you can kind of get a better view of the detail. Like that there. You can barely make out a pip that looks like a person. That is probably Raya right there. But you can use that to help you see the ruin seal in the Laskir ruins.
The thug should please. Oh yes, thank you. Did I forget? I see you are very good to study such. Please. Brave, most tarnished. But you and the volcano. Oh, this land. But the lift instead. At the base, you was I have faith in you. I do hope. Seek at the base of the it was I have faith in. I do hope.
Don't worry, we'll be going through the lift properly, because there's a boss that sits there. It is an actual real boss with an honest-to-goodness boss health bar, so it gets included. Now, gotta make our way back over here to the Liurnian Highway, and we're gonna go, in the interest of pacing, since I had a little bit of a late break, what I'll probably do is get to those ruins real quick and we will take another break. This time a little bit earlier to help offset the lateness. Now, I'm gonna activate this statue because I kind of forget where this ruin is exactly, and that beam of light could prove useful. And we kind of have to wrap around the land. And in the meantime, we're going to be looking for rune pieces. I think there is probably one. Yeah, I see you over there. You didn't think I knew you were there? I totally knew you were there. Now those are some horse-chopping pole arms. Rune piece back here. One at the very end. Hopefully not up on a rocky, you know, like craggy rocks or something. I could have sworn there was a rune piece and I just didn't know where to look for it. If it is, it could be on, like, this structure somewhere. Gotta be careful because we're currently in combat. I don't see anything. So let's go before we end up, like, seppukuing ourselves, shall we? Here we are at the cliff bottom catacombs. Now, I've pissed away enough time. It is break time. You guys know what that means. Thank you to anyone who's watched the ads so far. Greatly appreciate it. Otherwise, 5 minutes, 90 seconds on the clock. I don't blame you if this is where you tap out. But I will see you after the end of this commercial break. Thank you. sorry about that, folks. I am back. I was checking in with somebody I care about, making sure they were okay. So I apologize for the length of time that that took. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. I also had to go grab a beverage out of the refrigerator, so that also took me about a minute. Most of my time was spent checking in with this person. Hashtag not sponsored by Coke, I believe is the parent company that makes Sprite. Want to say that's a Coke product? Yeah, it is Coca-Cola. Not sponsored by Coca-Cola. Anyway, let's continue. I want to try not to die more than necessary. I have been tracking the minutes. I've been late by about a minute, so we make that 12 minutes of extended stream time today. Nope, that is a roller raisin I do not want to be caught with. We don't need that on this hotbar. Let's get it off. Okay, we have to mark one of these. No, you don't. Nope, that's a different place I'm thinking of. Christ have mercy. So, what do you guys like about Elden Ring Reforged? I don't have any new spells as part of a showcase. The fire spells, like if we were doing magma spells only, I would have a few things that I could showcase and say, ooh, that's pretty. I only play vanilla. I've never seen that before. What is that spell? But alas, we don't have anything. The most I can tell you is that there are tweaks to spells. Instead of saying, oh, well, you know, we have new spells. Because Flame Monk and Fire Giant spells are one of the more prolific. And we also have Blood Flame as well. We do have... You think I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna have to allow it, because there ain't no way I'm catching up with... There's no way I'm outrunning a Fanged Imp. Not happening. So far, so good. I think this one... Yeah, that one we're also good on. Okay. I heard something. Oh, it must be from round the other side, then. I know what's happening. We're aggroing things we shouldn't. And there is a yellow-eyed varmint. I'm very much a yellow-eyed varmint. I'm not happy to see it. And I rolled in the incredibly wrong direction. I hate your guts.
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
Yep, that's what I think of that imp. That is also a Soul Calibur 4 line. I have no qualms about sharing that. Again, I found the clean voice set that someone took meticulous care into posting on YouTube. I downloaded the video, found a way to download it, and put it in Audacity, snipped out the parts I wasn't interested in, and put that into the soundboard. So, we're going to be making good use of that soundboard, ladies and gentlemen, eventually. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Oh, that's the omens! Wait, this means they're sleeping. I'm gonna try something special. And I know we've identified them already, right? I knew they made that noise when they were sleeping. I did not know, or I wasn't expecting it to happen. Those are Shundregs. These would be... Maybe we didn't. No, they would be under the Accursed. Yes, they are under the Accursed. We have, in fact, dealt with them already. I'm gonna make a couple more of these. Didn't I craft 3 of these? Oh, I guess I didn't craft 3 of them. That's fine. The sleep pots may actually come in handy. Nice. Nice. Goodbye. So, the nice thing about these enemies is that, and I will probably have to rest stop before going downstairs, or else find some way to minimize my FP cost, like right here. Oh, those things hurt so bad. Yeah, those really stink. I want whatever is in these jars they're packing. Because they hit like a Mack truck. I would love to get this consumable. There are many enemy attacks that work as spells. I think would be great additions to this game. One example that has been successfully implemented is the there's like the Golem mage statues or whatever they're called. I think there's a special sorcery. It's called the Ray Tracer, and that's literally what it is the Golem mage statue attack as a sorcery, which I think is great. I think there's a rune piece in this. There is. Along with an enemy, to be sure. Yeah, look, there you are, you little ragamuffin. Die. I hear another one. I guess not. It's good selling money. And it's a rune piece. What can I say? Should be a second one here in that case, then. I see you up there. You're dead. I wish I could make this... Oh, goodbye. I hate your kind so much, Sir Imp. Die. What an ungodly cur. You gotta remember to look up sometimes. This is one of those games where, you know, just like in real life, if people look up, it's with their eyes. But people don't look up with their neck. And if they do, they're not looking somewhere else. Looking up is kind of an unnatural thing to do in video games, so it's very important that you remind yourself to do it. I remind myself to do it. Hi. I just do not have time for these spells when I'm fighting these things. It doesn't work. And for Hitless, I'll have to make note of that. Really? Absolutely god-awful. Hey, a grave glovewort. That'll upgrade the demi-human ashes or the spirit jellyfish. Both of which are good for this next area. Okay, you two I am killing with black flame. Same deal with you. Oh, I need to, I actually will... Oh, there's a third one. No rune... the rune piece is at the bottom. Guaranteed. Nice. Pegged by the trap. Okay, now we know that the... We definitely know that we're gonna need to rest up because we got too many omens to deal with. Way too many omens. Like, these omens are quite the killer. Quite the insidious killers. They also... Is there anything underneath here? We can look as we're writing. No. It's a different one of these catacombs that has something underneath the elevator. I don't recall that starting until the middle of Liurnia anyway. It is hot in this room. Oh well, that can't really be helped, can it? You know there's another one, and there's one off to the right as well. Or nope, No, it is. I just didn't aim it right. Die. I will definitely go out of my way to get these riposts wherever I can. A, they're stylish. B, we don't get them using catalysts for obvious reasons. And C, we're not using a weapon catalyst. We could, We definitely could, but why would we? And we wouldn't be allowed to use a melee attack with it anyway. We would still be stuck with the spells. So we might as well get comfortable using our fists. Alright, there's one round the corner. This guy takes 3. Oh, and I have to remember, I'm holding an axe now. So I'm used to being able to get Mr. McPunchy, and I can't now. Because I'm actually holding something in hand. Alright. So, let's make sure. I think there's at least one that's over this way that'll hop around the corner. If not, I'm fairly happy to swap weapons. Oh yeah, if you're gonna be in combat with me, you're gonna lose some. You're definitely gonna lose some health for all that trouble. And then we got the other guy, Chucky, yeah, Chucky the hipster, clearly. And there's also a rune piece in here. This might be where we want Assassin's Approach. Figure out which way that guy is walking. Oh, we're so dead. Yeah, this should, like... Yeah, these sleep pots are definitely helpful. I will be making more of them. That is probably a good note to make for this. So if you guys want to see this document for yourself, you can type in !D route, all one word, all lowercase, D route, as in Route 44, and you will be able to get viewing access to that document. Incredibly useful, and don't let it be said that I do not, make my information available to the audience. I do my best on that. I always try to make information available to the audience, because there will always be people that ask the question, sure, and I should always be prepared to actually answer those questions. But it's also nice for mods and or myself to be able to actually service the crowd with a useful hyperlink or some kind of technical document that I maintain off camera, and it helps you answer the question for yourselves. At least what little explanation there is. Okay, we are... no thank you. No thank you, Mick Ballerina. And ew, get your sloppy bulbous corpse off me. should be another omen. There's definitely an omen at the top of this. What I'm trying to remember is if there... I want to say there's a couple of imps hanging out outside. We'll want our assassin's approach ready. I didn't think I'd find a lot of uses for this spell, you know, in the game, but I do. Yep, you're gonna make me have to get real snappy with you. Get out of here. I want the rune piece that Omen is guarding. I know he's guarding one. Yeah, there's the 40 as well. How did that miss? I don't know how that missed, but it did. What? I'm sorry, what just happened? Okay. Holy macaroni. Did that guy just, like, say, fuck this? I'm too tired, man. Sleepwalked off the ledge, Lamau. Hey there, Bibby Bo. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. I think we got all the rune pieces we're gonna get out of this place. Yeah? It's like, I expected him to follow me after I threw, not one, not two, but 3 sleep pots in their face. But instead they just, like, started walking that way. And I don't quite get why. Because it's not like there's not a clear pathway, right? The omens can easily fit through this. They have on some of the tighter passageways in other catacombs. They can be stuck trying to jump. They are known to get stuck in leaping animations, but here they had plenty of room, and the omens here tend to really not leap around a whole bunch. Usually they're known for being very big, awkward ballerinas. So it was interesting and moderately hilarious to see the, you know, the partially sleepwalking, drowsy omen just, you know, slough it off to below the ledge. I was still able to nail them with the final black flame, though. So it's like their drowsy butt became alive for the briefest of seconds as it transitioned from life to death. Ugh. Man, I have been sneezy today. So give me just a second. I'm gonna just quickly take a moment and clean up my nose so I don't keep rubbing it. Okay, sorry about that. I sneezed 4 times, had colored dots coming out of my eyes earlier, or at least it felt like it. And then, you know, I'm still feeling the ramifications of that from over half an hour ago. Which always sucks. Now, here, we're probably gonna get rid of that. I want to say the Erdtree... I want to say the Erdtree Burial Watchdog that's here... Okay, we'll be careful. Yep, come along. You want to play dirty games? I can play dirty games too. I'm totally capable of doing that. It would help if my camera didn't get turned around. And I'm not sure why I went through the effort to save FP and then turn around and, you know, use a black fireball there. I think I was just being a spaz at the controller, which happens occasionally. Sometimes I'll just do something without thinking. Now, I have a lovely command that I'm going to illustrate now, since there is in fact a person here. I drafted it literally on stream, and it is called !boss. So now I don't have to continually say 15 different ways, hey, you know, I do see your replies during the boss fight and whatnot. Ironically, this will be like the 20th way I've said it. But the command will take care of all that. I'm still gonna say it from time to time, as like, if there's a conversation that just naturally transitions to it, and I'm not trying to force a sag. If I feel like that's gonna happen, I'll just spit out the command, but I do have a command for that now. I believe anyone can use it for some strange reason. Well, I don't think it's a big deal. It might become a bigger deal if like people are aware the command exists and starts to spam it. That might be where I have to like make it mod only or something. We'll see. For now, it's just going to be, hey, here's this nice, you know, cautionary sentence I have about boss fights. Well, with that, I've rambled everyone's ears off long enough. I will see you on the other side of this. Definitely not gonna have the type of time to cast that. Maybe. Well, not if they transition into a jump attack like that. What? People had to have seen that, right? Where the guy, like, jumped in, I rolled away, but instead of getting knocked back this way, I got pulled in toward the boss. I can't be the only person who witnessed that. Oh, I find it strange. The knockback hitboxes must have been positioned in such a way to bring me toward the boss instead of away. It's not like the usual section hitboxes I see on like wind attacks or gravitational magic. It's strange, to say the least. Okay, next one is the Tibia Mariner. We'll go back to the highway then. Oh, and I guess before we do that, before we really, you know, set toward another boss, we might as well get 2 more binding runes. And I think what I'll probably do with future binding runes, outside of like maxing the ones for dexterity out, is when we kill or defeat Renala, we will likely get all or most of the ones in her tree of binding runes, and not anything else. Because her rune, I believe it's the binding rune of I'm sorry, they would be cradled runes, I think. And the cradled runes focus on caster specific stats. I want to say, you know what would be a decent one? I don't know if this is just something that can happen. If this is a stat that can be allocated towards, but I don't think I spot it anywhere in that binding rune tree. There could be one for casting speed, like or virtual dexterity, it's sometimes called. I don't know if you can actually. I don't know if you can actually like allocate a stat toward that, or you know, it's called out in some way in DS Map Studio. But if there is a way to do that, I think that would be a nice one to put in there. It's like, I don't know, 5% extra casting speed or something. Evidian would, or Kernifer would know the way it would have to be worded. Whereas I could only kind of take a guess. And I would probably, as much as people like their immersion in Soulsborne games, I think if I were to make a mod myself, like an overhaul mod similar to this one, I would probably opt to remove the vague wording on things. So instead of saying, oh, increases the effectiveness of flasks for self and nearby allies, I'd probably put numbers in there. I would go the path of some mods that specify the numbers and give them color coding and so on and so forth. That's what I would do. But that's just because I like having exact information. It's kind of my lifeblood, whether in challenge runs or something else. Imagine not having to ask data miners to provide that for you, or figure out which spell effect is applying the effect, and then figure out the value, and then do all the other extra math. Why do that? I'll go back here, and we'll begin scoping the countryside for 20 more rune pieces. Yeah, did you guys know we were that close? We only have 20 of these puppies left to get. And, oh, right. Let's do a little bit of rune farming, and then we're gonna go back and actually upgrade our spirit. I didn't even think about that. Although, actually... You know what? I like that the posture bars are on the screen. And I can't... That happened. So that actually changed mid-fight or whatever. One more set of breaths ought to do it pretty nicely. There, that little bit of rune farming should mean I don't have to sell anything. Just go back and actually, you know, upgrade the spirits. Sorry, I realize that's not what people want to see, but I think making the spirit upgrade is gonna help us in future fights, and it's not something I want to wait around on. Now, do I have enough to upgrade them all? That's the next question I want to ask. Got one for Lutel. We got one for the demi-humans, and what do you know, we have just enough for the jellyfish ashes. Cool. And that little bit of farming may not have been necessary. Whatever. It's not the biggest deal. We'll tighten all that down when we actually get to the real run. We'll finish tightening all that stuff down, and it should become a more streamlined process. One thing I'm not going to look forward to is trying to map out, like, we're mapping out the 200 rune pieces we need now, but imagine getting them more efficiently. You know, imagine not having to scour every single corner of Limgrave or Weeping Peninsula or Liurnia to get the rune pieces we require. Imagine having a solid 200 we can grab right around the time, you know, Altus Plateau or, say, Mount Gelmir comes around. We can have that. If we can have those rune pieces wound up by then, instead of trying to do it, you know, as soon as possible, that would be ideal. At least for me. I don't know, what do you guys think? If there are any opinions to be had at all. Do you think I should continue to go out of my way, get the 200 rune pieces as soon as possible? They do help with stat breakpoints. Or, are you guys more in the camp of, oh, you know, you would probably progress this run a lot faster if you weren't trying to also hunt rune pieces at the same time? Because as I've said before, I'm always looking to speed up this process of doing the run however I can. It makes it more palatable to the person who has to inspect. I'm sorry, let me try that with less volume. To inspect the run, or inspect the VODs, I should say. Sorry, I get quite excited, and I have to remember that I've got a person sleeping next door. I'm of two minds about it. Honestly, I'm of two minds about it. To me, if I didn't have to answer, or if, you know, I didn't have to post the run and verify it, I would probably still make the video anyway. And I realize verification is required for stuff like this, but if I could just post the video on YouTube and let that be proof enough without needing to submit it to specific people, I wouldn't care how long it took. I would probably just find a solid process and continue going from there. But because I have to submit it to people, granted, it's probably just going to be the playlist with the specific, with the specific videos that comprise the run, like the winning run. If I didn't have to care about that, then I wouldn't also be trying to make things faster at the same time. To make things be faster, excuse me. I think my mouth kind of stuck together for some of that. And plus it's just efficient. Imagine getting these types of runs done in a week. Or like a... Oh, get out of there. Look, I am literally trying to face you. The least you could do is not constantly take swings that pivot you to the side. What are you, a ballerina? Ah, yes. You would do that, wouldn't you? We also got the babies. And I don't think we have any basilisks. This would be a spot to put one or two of them. And not a single rune piece to be found. That's gotta be a joke, right? Also, I feel like if I'm sitting down, I'm just a little too far off camera. Let's try to fix that. You guys have to tell me about the audio quality. or I'll have to listen to it on a previous pod. Speaking of things to find, I'm glad I did. We don't need to collect the Starlight shards by any means. I'm trying to think if there's any reason for them, because we get the Lunar Princess's Exaltation. I don't know what that talisman does offhand. Let's take a look. For those who are interested in following along, if you type in, I'm doing a demonstration here. If you type in !ERRW, that'll take you to the exact same wiki I'm using. You can also find the Discord here and the mod page. I am looking for a talisman. Okay, we don't need this at all. That's good to know. Okay. Gotcha. Good to know. So, yeah, it's just less damage taken when frostbite's happening. And frostbite is not a thing that's happening with us. So we're good here. I just had to double check. So we can... I'd probably pick it up anyway, but we don't have to go out of our way for that. We can just turn in the doll without worrying about all that. Okay, where is this rune piece? Is it underneath here? I think it might be. Hold on. Let's go back to where I thought I spotted it. I'm not crazy. I know I spotted one. Huh. Am I delusional? I'm sorry, I'm really trying to, like, scan my surroundings and find this thing. Because I know I spotted something orange. Something unmistakably orange. Is it on the other side? I want to be extra careful, because we've already died so many needless deaths already. I'm either delusional, or it's underneath a different rock crag. I'm going to take an extra second to just kind of walk around and find this. We've got some time before the next break has to be taken anyway. I could have sworn there was a rune piece nearby. This is giving me World of Warcraft vibes already. And what I mean by that is, if you've ever done any kind of, like, daily repeatable thing, you ever done any kind of daily repeatable quest before, and you have to collect a certain set of items, and it's not like a guaranteed drop. So you'll get like a string of 4 or 5 of the drops, and you need like one more, and then you spend the next 10 minutes not getting your quest item you need for the daily, because drop rates and chaos theory and all that fun stuff. Chaos theory is simply the theory that, you know, any coincidences or any like patterns are pure coincidence, and you can easily get a pattern of the same thing multiple times in a row. That we look for patterns, we induce them, we find them, and you do not have to induce a pattern. Like, nature's patterns are patterns because we say they are, and not because they're actual real patterns. And like any statistical correlation is simply that, a statistical correlation with nothing further to be added, nothing further required. Let's find D, or find the stat, or find the summon sign for it. D is gonna make this fight go a lot faster. And then I'll probably wait until it moves and summon Lutel. Come on, D. You're with me. I'll see you guys on the other side of this. Good to hear you still brutalize your own. Thanks for coming to this locally sponsored TED Talk. I'm kidding. I had no idea where I was going to take that segment. Now, are there rune pieces up top the cliff? I want to say there's maybe one that's over here this way. Just going to do a quick scan of the surrounding. Maybe we'll find that foppish rune piece from before. I want to take the opportunity to really thank everybody who's been here already, has been watching up to this point, or has been lurking. I really, truly appreciate it. Your presence means the world to me, and every new person that's here makes that makes this just a little bit easier. Because here's the thing. So that people might not know about me, although I say it pretty often. I'm an extrovert through and through. I love interacting with people. It is a favorite pastime of mine. I could do that all day. We get on a range of subjects that I have some kind of passing or at least tangential knowledge in, and I can talk. And even if it's just questions, I love that. The back and forth exchange of that. We took care of the Tibia Mariner. Let's make sure we're marking this accordingly. We've got McBitch to deal with in the form of Preceptor Miriam. I know, incredibly saucy language for one woman, but she deserves it. Preceptor Miriam is bullshit. Like unfettered, like sanctimonious bullshit. You guys will see that later on. Anyway, thank you to anyone who has stuck around. I would be doing this as a hobby, but like I've said before, if I didn't care, I would still be on my Xbox streaming with like a cruddy laptop or something that I look at chat with, and I probably wouldn't care more than that, because there are people who get more views who have higher stream statistics, and their equipment is awful. Now they might eventually be capstoned by it, but that's not the point. Like their equipment is not great. They are truly doing it as just something they want to do, a hobby, and that's probably where I would be. I would be joining them in that, but I cared enough to spend extra money on the capture card because I think your experience is that important. That I'm heard well. I'm still thinking about what I could do. You know, once I have actual income, I'm thinking about maybe replacing my lovely, mic setup altogether with a lapel mic. Is it cheaper? Is it like cheaper? Yeah, kind of, but the lapel mic will allow me to keep talking while I'm moving without having to, lean or be in a specific direction. It would free my head. I could actually swivel around without having to pay attention to, oh, well, my mic has a cardioid mode, so where's my sound in relation to how the mic is being processed? Like it's kind of like a wind tunnel where it'll only pick up a certain amount of sound, and anything outside of that is scuffed. I listened through one of my old VODs yesterday, and so I know that for certain. I absolutely know that for certain. And there are times where I'll be not paying attention. I won't be speaking into the microphone, and the next thing you know, part of my words are cut off. Especially with all the filters I have applied. All the filters I have applied to my audio setup. All I have to be is slightly out of position, the mic not really centered properly, and the next thing you know, there you have it. Even if I were to try to get the boom lever out of position, you'd still know I'd have a mic. A lapel mic means that there wouldn't be a distracting, boom lever arm frame in here. I would, there's a lot of good things that would come out of enhancing the stream's quality in that one simple way. It's not even funny. Oh yeah, please do not aggro. I do not want to deal with you right now. If you're wondering what I'm doing, we're kind of going over to the edge of this cliff face, and we are circling around for any rune pieces that happen to be in the immediate area. That's more or less what we're doing in the remaining, 3 minutes or less that we have. Something a little bit like this. Because there are lots of dirty little places to hide rune pieces. I do, in fact, mean that. Now, do I want to make a note about Jarberg? We'll have to do that when we get to Jarberg. For the time being, we're going to set this to nighttime, and we're going to take a break. For those of you who've been here before, you know what that means. 5 minutes and 90 seconds of ad time. For those of you that don't, well, I tend to want to take ad breaks about every hour, kind of stretch my legs or check into various things. That sort of thing. That's what I use my 5 minutes for. And I typically run ads for people on Twitch, helps keep the lights spinning, and eventually I'll make enough ad revenue that Twitch will release payouts to me, among other things. I truly do appreciate anybody who sits through the ads, but I don't blame you if, you know, you don't want to sit through them. I don't like them either. They're very conversationally disruptive. But that being said, I'm yammering too long already. I will see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Unfortunately, I had to answer nature's call again, this time a little more seriously. So as a result, I will be adding another 3 minutes. So we're looking at an extra 15 minutes of stream time. Yep, about an extra 15 minutes. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their rather extended commercial break. No, I wasn't. A, I don't like being late for any reason, and B, even if I, you know, was happy about the reason I was late, this reason was especially not. What was that ray of light? I was especially not good, or not enthused, to be sitting on the loo, scrolling through my phone, waiting for my body to finish doing what it was doing. I was not a happy camper. Okay, is there any rune pieces in this location? I don't think so. And I don't really think that's worth it either. I know there are some below, below and in a different spot from here. Do we do this right now? That is the question. I don't think so. No, because this is like our kind of like our one opportunity. To get this particular codex entry. Yeah, I'm thinking there's not really going to be a better time than right now. Just double checking and making sure we don't run into the wolves during our fight. Switch to the sword, so our FP regenerates during the fight. And we're gonna run as close as we can. Okay, so it's definitely reduced sound and definitely not just, you know, no sound. That's right, you learn to back off. Oh, hello, that didn't work? I was totally dodging out of the way and getting ready for that. Nice. Nice! Bad gameplay. And I failed to tap the D button in a suitable amount of time. Awesome. Okay, we probably want to mark here. Again, not that we needed to kill this guy, but, I mean, he's like a weakened version of the Lanedale Knight. So we might as well get him here instead of waiting. Now, we have the shack. How do we want to go about this? This is like Crab or Crawfish City. crayfish. Nope. It's definitely crawfish, right? Ooh, we got the progression reward. 10 starlight tokens. We get them right in the inventory. That's neat. It's like a free spell, basically. Yeah, it's a free spell. It's just pretty neat. Can't really think of too many other things to do with that. I think it might also be a free legendary fortune. Okay, we had... This would be the Golden Order, right? No, it would be... Huh, what would this be under, actually? Ancient Dynasties? Nope. Sorry, I'm looking through the codex trying to find this thing. It's not the unaffiliated, surely. It's not the Children of Silver. We'll find this. Nope, not there either. Huh, where is this thing? It's not common folk. Nor the accursed. And it's none, and it, might it be under fringe folk? No. Fringe folk would basically be Godric's little kingdom. Okay, yeah, it's here. It's the Lane-Dell Knight. That's what we fought already. Or that's what we got. As a result. Okay, now I guess what we're gonna do is just go the way I would expect to go if I wanted to go to the Carrion Royal Study. That would be like down here-ish. We might as well rest up. Oh, hey. A gimme. I'll take a gimme. I like gimme rune pieces. After all the platforming, like, issues we've been having the last 2 streams, I will definitely take some free, easy, rune pieces. That one's definitely gotta go in the collection. I can see that Helldivers 2 is a game that is being played a lot. That and Balatro. I wish I could play those. But, alas, I cannot. No, it's the wrong thing. Wrong spell. And we can also grab the one rune piece I expect to be here. Now, is it underneath the rock? I recall it being not in an obvious spot. Back. New robes? No new robes. It's new spell. That's what we got. This thing. Briars of Sin. Summons Thorn from a whirl of own blood. You probably heard the item get sound, if I had to guess. So I could see that. I could see where the also, what horse is that? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Also, I hope everything went well, especially given what you told me already. This lovely thing is the horse skin that I found on Nexus Mods. So if we go here, the mount skins are like one of the unique things that I can pair with ERR. Most of them are Reforged compatible because it doesn't touch Torrent's model or anything. And I found this skin made by Apollo Who that is really neat. That's a little Star Beast guy. Yeah, isn't he cute? Isn't that like a cute Torrent replacer? He's so cute. I'll take 10. Yes, yes. He's got the cute, beady little blue eye. He's got the twin pair of mandibles. No, actually, it's 3 mandibles. If you look real close. He's got the saddlebags and everything. This is one of the ways that I think I can really spice up our runs. And it's got the exact same hitboxes as Torrent. All the mount skins just touch the texture.dcx files. So we should be good. Like, even without the posture mod on, he looks like a lap cat for sure. Oh, if you know how heavy the big guys are, this thing is not a lap cat, but I get your joke. Yeah, I'm sure there are, you know, smooth places for the Torrent replacer to sit on, because I love my buddy Torrent, but if I have to look at the same horse ass over and over and over again, I'm gonna go insane. So why not just get a replacer? And there are quite a few beauties. I think you would get more than just saddle sores from riding this guy. Me too. Yes, you definitely would. There is an unsaddled version of this, so there are 2 versions of the mount replacer skin. I chose the saddled one. I think it looks better. But you could just sit on, you know, like Rock, one bad turn, and you're face first into his spiky neck. Dead on impact. Yeah, and you know what? I really have to commend Apollo Who for this skin, because it meshes super well. There's no clipping anywhere. The harness looks natural. The saddles look natural. And the singular eyeball does not look incredibly out of place either. It's a great skin. And I'm gonna love using this. There's also the Jarrant skin. That's the other one I've looked into. Someone in the Reforged Discord gave me a link for it, and it literally turns Torrent into a jar horse. It looks awesome. Definitely a change of scenery to add to the playthrough. Jar, like the Jar guys? Yes, the living Jar warriors. And you actually, I've seen pictures of the mount here. Let me show you. I think that'll be much better than simply trying to. Yeah, it's Jarrant the Jar Steed. Look. I need one immediately. Look. You sit in the jar. Which, by the way, the insides of living warrior jars are dead corpses, so make of that what you will. It's just like a slurry of organic detritus. Oh my god, he's perfect. That's my son. Yep, and there's the player model sitting in the jar. It's got the same hitboxes as well, as far as I understand. It's full of dead warrior bodies. You got it. So now you too can say, just like the Iron Warrior jar, Alexander could say, you have the spirit of many great warriors inside you. Except you could say you're sitting on them. You have them with you. A necromancer steed. Exactly. Exactly. I have a bigger soft spot for the Falling Star Beast skin, so I'm probably going to use this one for a little while. Do you think Alexander would find him offensive, or... No, probably not. After all, I would say out of all the NPC characters, Alexander is like a pretty singularly minded individual. I don't think he would care. Where am I headed? We're headed toward the, unfun fight that is Preceptor Miriam. And you know the worst part of that fight? It's not even a boss. Just like Ensha isn't technically a boss by boss standards, Preceptor Miriam is also not a boss by boss standards. But because I have to kill her, I have to include her. Alexander gonna see my jar horse and get jealous I've got another friend. I could see that. Ah, tarnished. So I see that you are cheating. I thought I was going to be your mount. Why are you with that jar? What's their name? James? Okay, James from Jarberg. I need a... I can't do it, but if someone could make a meme where it's like the jar mount is like Jake from State Farm, I would love that. I would love that to death. He's gonna challenge my jar horse to combat for my friendship. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Now, if you're wondering why I am, you know, up here, that is the wrong thing. Get it into view. See that? My jar horse. I'm literally just wearing a saddle. I want to say it's not even that. I think it literally just, it just has the lid removed. Like, if we look back at the pictures again, it's got like, oh, no, I see what you're saying. It's in the jar. It's a back brace, or like, seating to sit your back on. I see it. It's like a clever twist on the saddle. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, just pop off the lid, put in a saddle, and call it a back seat. Amazing. Please do not fall for more than 12 seconds. Just ass straight into corpse cushion. Lumbar support. Very corpulent. Corpuscular, even. Okay. Focus. Let's make these jumps. After taking a quick look around, let's do this. And you know what? The worst part of that is that I usually make that jump. Like Bibibo and I were talking about earlier. Yes, F's in chat. Big oof. It's not gonna be the bosses that kill us. It's gonna be this platforming challenge I have to do. And look at how close we are to unlocking the super boss at the end. We need 200 of these runic traces in our inventory when we defeat the Elden Beast, excuse me. And then all we have to do is not advance to New Game Plus, and we have that one final boss to beat. We're 19 off. Maybe the boss deaths are the fall damage we made along the way. Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? Why am I going up here? I literally do not need to do that. I'm not gonna even bother popping rune arcs until we get this thing. And these deaths are entirely preventable. If I write off this rune piece, if I just say F it, skip it, not worth it. But this rune piece, this coin struggling with not pacing in the game while he talks again. I'm just not galloping, is what it is. Let's center ourselves and try again. Okay. The trick is to aim for this little part up here. That's the only way we're getting up here. Speaking of getting up here, it is note time. We got notes to take. This one. What is this place called? I can't even look at the name because I don't have the rest site. It should be the Carrion Study Hall or Royal Carrion Study Hall. Let's call it this until I know more. If you guys want to see this document, me typing on it in real time, if you type in !D route, all one word, all lowercase, into the chat, you will be given a hyperlink to the Google document, which I believe gives you guys viewing privileges. I will demonstrate that command now. And you can look at these. I have since the last time anyone might have looked at these, I have the notes sorted by region now. So it should be a little bit easier to read. Maybe what I'll do is I'll make a document summary or a heading for people to look at later. That way you can navigate to any section of the notes you want to see. And what do I type for this? Be careful with the jump. Aim for the pillar to the right. Rock, frag, rock formations precede the jump. And then the second note is the one about skipping the rune piece at Jarberg, which we will go over and do after this. You guys will see what I mean when we get ready to talk about Jarberg. Go ahead and close that now. The notes should be a further demonstration of... Never thought about making notes for myself in a game. Should have done that for my BG3 playthrough so I didn't miss stuff in the second run. I mean, the only reason I'm really making notes is because, I have to remember really, really specific things. I have to be careful. How do I want to approach this? Right, it's got to be this right here. I have to remember a lot of particular minutiae about the rune pieces and everything. For those who don't know, there are over 1,100 rune pieces scattered throughout the game, about 160 per overland region, and a little bit closer to 80 of them in the underground zones, maybe more or less than that. Makes sense for your situation, but will also be helpful in a game you intend to play. Yeah, especially if you forget stuff. Notes can be helpful. I would probably do this for a 100% let's play of a really long game. I wish I did it for Xenoblade Chronicles 2 when we were playing that game on stream and we beat it. The notes would have been extra helpful. It's hard to take notes on a blind game, but I think you should do it anyway. Now, did they fix this? No, of course not. Of course not. You have to get it from the Jarberg side. Yuck. Gross. It is the Carrion Study Hall. Good. I got it right the first time. I had something I wanted to pop, and I forgot what it was. Oh, right. Now I remember. Now I remember what I wanted to do. I wanted to upgrade. We got a Somber level 3. I wanted to upgrade that before facing Miriam, because Miriam is hard. She teleports, and so I don't want to deal with her any more than I have to. You guys will see what I mean. It's why I referred to as a bitch earlier. She's awful.
Well,
I hate her.
I took it no matter. It's all lay out your arms then.
I don't need to upgrade anything else, thank you very much. Just that. And the worst part about that fight is there aren't summons that you could use to take the heat off you. Miriam is just... She is unfettered suffering. I have seen a lot of hitless runs, you know, avoid her like the plague, and hope to God they do not have to kill her. And I think in vanilla, she's skippable. As long as you're not going for all bosses, she's skippable. Because it with all bosses, Miriam's little, like, death, actually have to fight her twice. That's right, you fight her once here, and you fight her once in the, inverted version of this, and both times she's awful. I can't imagine what this fight's like for pure, close quarters builds. I feel like I would hate myself if I had like a whip or a two-handed hammer. I would probably... She's also a hated one of mine. Her summons in the inverted section made me rage quit twice. Yeah, you just have to have consumables ready rather than try to deal with her honestly. Okay. And you know, if there were boss music, I think that would at least put me in the mood. Instead it's this quiet ass library, and you know, these finger creepers to keep you company. That is their name, by the way. They're called finger creepers. These ones are the small ones. Let's see. Want to be careful. Just me constantly chucking shit at her and running around her, trying to hit her once before she teleports away, but like a little bitch. Yeah, I hate that name. The hand spiders freak me out so much. Yeah, these are the babies. The big ones are, well, in the Carrion Royal Manor. We also have the puppets here as well. And we know these names are legit because I think the way that Evidian came up with the names, that's a member of Team Reforged, is that Evidian looked to like a native Japanese translation guide from like an official strategy book or something, or looked into the files directly to translate the Japanese, and that's roughly what these names are. When they pop out of the ground and slam you, I shriek. Oh yeah, and they come, the big ones will actually grab you. They're gnarly. Alright, so as per usual, as soon as I go up those steps or go toward that back area underneath the stairs, that is when the boss fight is going to start. So, my lovely moderator, if you would please type in !boss in all lowercase. Why do they have rings? Whose hands are these? Ask the Academy. Ask the Academy, or maybe Ronnie herself. It's possible she may have made the finger creepers. Not 100% sure. But I guess I will, you guys will have time to pontificate over that question while I engage in this boss fight. I will see you guys on the other side of this. And of course there would be a rune piece in the midst of all this. Oh, nice. Pegged him one. Okay. You want to have this staring match? We can have this staring match. Sure. Ha! Miriam, your mother is a whore, and your father smells of elderberries. And thank you for showcasing the lovely coin emblem. Beautiful. There are probably segments of this where I can talk to my audience, but they're kind of few and hard between. Especially once the puppets show up, like right now. Let me see if I can't pull some of these in a different direction. Miriam can't fight on her own. Gotta pull up the undead homies. She sure does. That's okay. I can play her scummy little game. Will I be as good at it as she is? No, but I can at least attempt to play it. You're wising up, are you? I can't have that. You know, if it wasn't for all the bullshit, I would actually like this back and forth as a mage. You know, each mage is competent and capable of dodging each other's spells, and you kind of just have to, it's the master of the freeing battle. Watching two magic users fight is like watching middle schoolers chuck snowballs. Yeah, more or less. There are things I could pay in response, and I will not. I'm gonna have to get close. That's right, you disappear. Everyone else. What did you guys bring to the snowball fight? Me, a Dex user. A knife! I guess who's getting pelted with snowballs. And it's not gonna be any of us who brought snowballs. I have to conserve FP a little bit here. Are we gonna come down the stairs, Miriam? How brave! Oh god. Okay, okay. You got some cojones. Good, good. Oh, so do I. I really should stop. Throwables do not count. I'm allowed the use of any consumables at any time. I believe I'm also allowed the use of like the Jar Baron or other similar items as well. I'd have to pull up the hit list rules again, but I definitely know about permissions with the consumables. You do not stagger to a throwing knife. Good to know. Okay, we can use this time to build up FP on the puppet. Oh, but we're not done yet. I guess while we have the time, this isn't a timed battle. We just have to be somewhere where there's not any cover. Or where there is lots of cover, excuse me. Let's crack open our handy-dandy hitless rules. I'm here to regain mana and blast ass, and I'm all full on mana. So I guess I'm blasting ass then. Let's see. Hitless rules. This would be specific rules for X-only runs. Looking at this, it is allowed to use damaging items or consumables. Oh, this is for hitless, not deathless. Hang on. Let me read this again. Okay, before, I need to read this very carefully. Before acquiring the X restriction of choice, the runner is allowed damaging items or consumables as well as the +0 starting class weapon. Any abuse of these is subject to verifier mod review. See. It is allowed to use damaging items or consumables only for the following scenarios. To produce sound or distract enemies. To directly hit enemies for aggro but not kill them. During combat, you are only allowed to use throwing knives for the purposes of resetting the enemy's poise timer. Weapon only rule restrict... Okay, that's bullets. Non-enemy objects that require attack to interact with are exceptions to the X only. Okay, so I guess I need to be careful. On the other hand, when I see normal hitless runs being performed, normally, like, buffs and stuff are permissible. So maybe it's, like, specific, like, X rules here? Make sure I read this one more time, because I have read this pretty thoroughly, but there is a lot here. That's the HUD rule. Okay, so I guess it would not be allowed. I should make notes about that. Under general notes. Let's do that real quick. Probably related to like bombs, kukri that can damage or kill an enemy when thrown. Yeah, that is exactly what that's for. So thankfully we're in the routing phase, right? Like we're learning all this. So that when we get ready to upgrade the run, we're already doing it. And we're not having to think about it. Oh, and this was probably the rule I'm... okay, yeah, this is what I was thinking of. This text right here. Utility consumables are always allowed. Examples: slate pot, greases, oils, blood boil aromatics, etc. So it's specifically kukri, but I would probably still have to watch out because the slate pots do actually deal damage. They are not damageless consumables. Additionally, dealing 1 damage on direct contact is allowed. I don't have anything that would do that in this build. The only buff I can think of is like Fire's Deadly Sin, and that's not contact damage. That's proximity damage. And it's a fire spell anyway, so it's already permissible under the rules. But good to know. I need to be careful with these kukri. Thank you for asking the question, by the way. You just never know when... If you could be doing something one way during the fight. I guess if you accidentally punch with your talisman thing... no. Yes, maybe. In vanilla, definitely. In Reforged, you can't punch with talismans. you would be dealing an attack. But you would normally be allowed to punch. I would love to actually sit down with someone on Team Hitless. Ooh, are you gonna come over this way? You're gonna fight in this narrow space, my darling preceptor? You're gonna not be a coward? I think you're gonna be a coward. Ah. And there was cowardice. The assassin's approach actually causes her to run this way. She knows I'm... Hey, woman, that is a cheat code. You are not allowed to pierce that far through the wall. That is a cheat and a half. I'm trying to see if I can, like, psych her out or fake her out. I don't think that's gonna work. And if that's the case, I definitely don't want to be fighting in here. I want to be... Oh, you are gonna come this way. Bad news for Miriam with that statement. She already wasn't playing fair to start with, so I'm not going to play fair either. She just straight up said, fine, I'm not going to play fair if you're going to hide. To be quite honest, I was just curious to see if she was going to, you know, actually come this way. Sometimes bosses in mobile arenas like this don't do that. And I would hate to have to, like, scrounge all the way up to the top of this place, because look at how open and exposed you are to a Loretta's. I didn't know you could bait her that way. Good to know. Yes, it's specifically the spell Assassin's Approach in Reforged, which reduces... I don't know if it has both functions in Reforged, but it does... It says it's a sorcery. I have to make a note of this. Let me grab it, because this ain't a sorcery. It is an incantation. It is 3 hours and 51 minutes into the stream. And I will have to put that in the Reforged Report a Bug section of the Discord. Oh, can you not use this? No, I am allowed to use this. If we go back to our hitless rules... Let me make sure I do this. Oh, hang on. It might be covered under the general rules anyway. Let's find out. I don't think... No, because in vanilla, Assassin's Approach is already an incantation. It's an Erdtree incantation, actually. It's a two fingers incant. So, when I imagine what happened is the text for something got swapped or otherwise changed, and it just kept over between patches or something. That would be my guess. It's honestly not like a big bug or anything. It's a simple text edit. It's a simple text change, but still got to be careful. And of course, you don't want that type of thing in your mod, right? People might, like, make fun of you. Okay. Not that being made fun of is a big deal in the modding community, but still. I could have swore there was a clause for extra spells or, like, utility stuff. HP is allowed unequipping. Right. No. We're good on that front. Sorry, I would be, you know, working toward the next boss, but I want to make... We should learn this stuff now, rather than later. Oh, by the way, slightly off topic, you tried playing Potion Craft a few times? I'm very frustrated by the requests for difficult potions early on. You gotta just... You either gotta experiment. I find that the requests typically come when you start experimenting, or a certain number of days have passed. But otherwise, if it's like something you really just, you don't even know where to start, you gotta just pull out a guide. Yeah, that is fairly frustrating. The gameplay loop is enjoyable itself, but yeah, I could definitely see having strange requests being frustrating. I'm scared of experimenting and wasting ingredients. That's kind of the part and parcel of the game, though. You're an alchemist. Alchemists are generally known for a slight bit of wasting ingredients. You don't discover anything unless you do. But yeah, I get that. That's like an RPG thing. Yeah, that is definitely like an RPG player thing where you don't want to waste stuff. In that case, don't feel ashamed for pulling up a guide and navigating toward the if the gameplay is enjoyable and you don't want to spoil yourself, definitely don't feel ashamed for pulling up a map. Because really, a map is about what you need to help you navigate to the ingredients with the various potion bases. I found that a map was about what I needed. You didn't have to like get exact recipes. On day 2, you got a request for a potion that was a tier 3 water potion or a tier 2 oil potion. How the hell? I used the map, but it was still difficult. Yep. So you're not even just starting out. You're already pretty far into the game. Yeah, they slack on difficult potion requests. I could see how that'd be frustrating. Okay. Damaging items, consumables. That's the buff icon. Items, consumables, right. Enemy objects, right. No, I was in the beginning of the game getting a request for a potion that was mid to... Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of a harsh request. And that sucks to have to, That sucks to have to, cancel the request or, have a client leave. That's wild. Okay. I'm not seeing where I'm allowed extra spells. Maybe it's skills and not spells? Because I watched Gino Machino, a rather prominent hitless runner, use things like Golden Vow or things like Darkness. I've actually seen him cast spells, despite the fact that he was using... It could be like a general hitless run, and that's why it's allowed. I'd have to look... I would have to, seriously sit down and gloss over these again. That kind of stinks. I mean, it's not a surprise, but it would stink if I've been using this utility spell, and as it turns out, I'm not allowed to use this specific utility spell. So what I'm going to say for now is I'm going to keep things as they are, and I will try to find a Team Hitless member to sit down with their streams on and ask questions, or find like a YouTube video or something. Because I've spent like 15 minutes staring at a screen, and I don't think that's good content for anybody, challenge run or not. But I didn't see anything that said yay or nay one way or the other. And I don't know if the prevailing rule is you can or you can't. It's the prodigal difference between Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering, where in Magic the Gathering, negation is the norm and permission is the exception. Whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh, if a card says it does something, it does something, even if the rules say that you can't. Because that's just generally how those two types of card games work. So I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to ascertain is it a rule of negation? Or is it a rule of exceptions at all times? Thanks for anybody that kind of sat through that. I really do apologize that the note-taking is one thing, because I'm doing this for I'm doing all this for the routing, the run. And it's one thing to have me type there for like a minute or two. It's something else to have me literally glossing over a web page for 10 plus minutes, looking for something I probably could have had memorized by now, or, you know, else I could have asked someone for, like, off camera. And in the run, I most certainly would not be doing that. These little porkers are very feisty. And the only reason we're up here, by the way, is this glint over there is a rune piece. Definitely talk to a member. I read it through several times and they aren't mentioning non-damage spells. So my assumption is that if it's allowed, it's allowed if you are using it for damage purposes. Could be wrong though. Yeah, the trick is that I'm doing an X only run on top. What's your goal to get to before the end stream for the night? Let's see. I'd probably say at least get to the Cemetery Shade, or at least to the Church of Vows. One of those two spots. And if I rush and don't hunt for extra stuff, I could probably get both. But I'm expecting to only get one of those two things. In all honesty. Oh, right. That rune piece is for the inverted version. And let me also not jump on the, let me not try to jump on the chandeliers. Or swing from them, or do any other crazy things while we're here. And is it just me, or is there a rune piece? I vaguely recall a rune piece on the other side of this. I know there's the item. I don't know or remember if there is a rune piece embedded here. I will also reiterate that we are not in any rush to complete the routing. The real time crunch starts when the run starts. You know, you don't want to have your prospective reviewer sit through a month's worth of VOD. You're probably just going to be told make it faster. Even if there's not a speedrunning requirement. Who wants to sit through a month of mods? Or a month of VODs? But, I don't... Thankfully, I don't... It's not a speed run. It is a challenge run. As long as I meet the criteria, it should work. It should work. But you still want to respect the time that the judges or people on these judging panels have in the first place. Although I honestly don't know the process for how people judge these things. I've never seen a Team Hitless member like show any insights into that process, and that doesn't mean it's not there. I've just never looked. That sort of thing. We still got an extra 13 minutes. So I guess we better get our butts moving, huh? Let's try to make it to the Church of Vows. Because Elimer of the Briar can be a little bit touchy. Trying to activate him for that location. Okay, that's a separate path. Let's not go there. Got that guy that I would normally tag, but I'm not going to. Then I'm going to check around this cliffside for a rune piece, because every little bit of it counts. You got this. Miriam was the major obstacle, so I think getting to the next spot will be easy peasy. I think so too. Miriam is a non-boss I wish I could exclude. It is possible that I can exclude her. It is possible. If it turns out I do not need to kill her to invert the tower. And you know, she's guarding the easier rune piece in the non-inverted version. Because the inverted version of the tower that you guys saw, the underside of the beams that had a rune piece, that one requires jumps, and it's sitting over like a basin. Even flip, it would still be... You would have a long fall, whereas we only had tight ropes to walk on the top side, so she can generally be worth it to get that rune piece. Or at the very least, if you don't want to take a hit trying to get the rune piece, or, you know, risk dying, then you should kill her anyway, I guess is what I'm trying to say. What am I doing? There was something I wanted to do. Right, I wanted to check for a level up before we went into that. 30,000. Okay, we need basically 1,200 runes to get to the next level. If we use 6 of these, we'll get right there. Yeah, she's a wanker. Of course, I've said nastier words already, but wanker's a pretty nice one. And I feel pretty happy about only carrying 31 runes into this whole thing.
Your time. I welcome. I am near my
yes, Muriel.
Well, that is a shatter. It is by the matrim and so the earth tree.
Every spellcaster's favorite turtle friend.
Oh, was that? You are free. I would so if you find, unless in which case.
Turtle Pope.
You wish Lord Raddy came
I think I have to all praise the Turtle Pope.
The mystery as
yes,
to why
I want
Lord
his hat.
Would come, moreover.
You know what? Pretty interestingly, if you cut down the Pope hat to kind of where the crown is, and then you stuck another copy of that hat in, you would get the basic design for Renala's hat when you fight her.
You wish to know she is the great. Sadly,
also, funny little fact is the Academy, her hat is based on the crescent moon. Like, her hat, it arcs off to a side. So it's like half a crescent, basically. It's a really cool thing that someone clued me in on in the Reforged Discord. And apparently apparently that hat has ties to the Egyptian goddess of magic and tasks, Isis. And yes, I feel I needed to iterate that first part of the sentence, because you don't know who's listening in at any time, and I don't want people thinking I'm mentioning Isil or something. Do you think Renala visited Turtle Pope? Were they friends?
Is this?
I hope so. I actually have no idea. I hope Turtle Pope is friends with everybody. I can't imagine, you know, even the most malicious of souls wanting to kill Miriam. I'm sorry, Muriel. Miriam is the previous boss. Okay. Nope, Turtle Pope is still around. He could be a little bit touchy, honestly. I know I talked to you, so disappear already, Muriel. Maybe I have to load the area back. Sometimes bosses that spawn in at nighttime locations, if there's an NPC already there, like the War Master Shack with Knight Bernal, sometimes you have to do crazy loading shenanigans to make them load properly. It's a little bit frustrating, but Muriel just wanted to hang for dinner. You know, if I didn't think that the bell-bearing hunter would kill them, I wouldn't mind Muriel being there. If Muriel had a force field around them like Roderica does, I wouldn't mind it so much. But Muriel doesn't have a force field. I think you can kill this turtle or get very close to it. I don't know. I don't even remember in vanilla. Right, I have to rest again, and it is nighttime, so Elmer should be spawning. Is he this touchy in vanilla? I forget if Elmer is a little bit touchy with this spawning location. Maybe I have to go to a specific point, or open a chest, or do anything else. I love if Muriel could watch over the fight. I feel more confident, but I'd be too worried about their death. And yes, spawning him is a pain. I'm gonna spend however long it takes to spawn him. You might be right. It might be next nightfall. Thanks for that suggestion. If it turns out that is the case, I'll make a note right then and there. That way we don't have to waste time doing it over and over again. It could also be that I need to load the... I may need to teleport to a different region. We'll figure it out. Let's teleport to a different rest site just out of Liurnia altogether. Like, say, maybe the Church of Dragon Communion, and then maybe come back. I'm gonna write notes about this now. Because I don't want to... I definitely don't want to be engaging in a courtship ritual with Elmer every single time we want to fight him. And I want to say this touchiness is just due to the base game, and I don't think it's something... Take me to Dirch. Yep, there he is. He's gone. We just needed to be not in Liurnia and nighttime, and then we can come back. Let's write this note. And I forgot whatever general note I was gonna write, so we might have to do that. Let's go here. It's much easier if I'm not having to talk and type at the same time. I tend to get caught up talking. It's my favorite activity. Maybe part of it is I hear more of myself. Or maybe part of it is I like talking with people. Regardless, I will illustrate our lovely little, It would help if I could spell. I had a brain fart or a brain bubble there. Thank you for illustrating that command as well. Elmer, or I should say the bell-bearing hunter, is going to be a little bit difficult. So I'm going to remain quiet as much as I can. And I will see you guys on the other side of this. Back this way. No, I did not want to use that. find a drink. And our reward for that is the fortune of the houses, which we're not really going to make use of. Thank you for the GGs. Should probably go ahead and advance that. Coin makes these look easy. I wish. Honestly, I was floundering a little bit at the end, deciding whether or not I wanted to use the crystal sword, which has an effect applied to it that regenerates FP in combat. That was that little bit of doddering at the end, and then I realized I was going to kill him, and therefore the sacrificial axe was a better equip there. But just as a kind of a show-offy thing, we're going to I want to say it's either Fate of the no, it is a Fate of the Wise. So if we look at the Fortune of the Houses, a Scholar of Sorceries and Incantations. This menu, by the way, this one with all the extra icons and stuff on it, is relatively new. It's of like patch 11.95, I want to say, is when this happens. That's when all of the renaming and everything. Fortune of the Houses did not get a rename. It didn't need one. But like Fortune of the Warlock became Fortune of the Apothecary, and so on and so forth. More setting-friendly names. There's some verbiage that's like really important here. So the unique mechanic gets this icon. You have words like slightly or like greatly. These kind of go here in front along with whatever the buff is. Anything that is an increase also has like a green wedge here. Anything that decreases has a red wedge here. Let me go ahead and do this. Anything that is considered a buff or is otherwise the benefit of using the fortune also gets these green wedges, and anything that's considered a drawback is in red, which I think is really cool. This used to be in like a fake shop menu, and now it's this overhauled glorious thing. Also, look, this text is in purple, which means you know it's a rare fortune. The purple means it, or I should say, I think the purple text is actually uncommon, if I remember correctly. Yes. Also, anything that is like a anything that has like that's either an uncommon or a rare fortune or like a legendary fortune has a like cool picture in it. Like Fortune of the Houses has a two-sided picture of Renala on the left and Radagon on the right, which I think is really cool. And of course you can see the descriptions of all the fortunes as key items as well, so you know exactly what you're looking for when you're wanting to find one of these fortunes. Yeah, I know. Evidian came up with a bunch of the icons early on, and I want to say now there's like 3 asset modelers in Team Reforged. You have Evidian, who does mostly icon work. You have Hannah Love and Poe Concept that also do a fair number of icons, but also Hannah Love and Poe Concept do modeling. Obviously not the model for like our horse. That's just a different person, but the Dragon Slayer armor, I want to say, is a rigging that was done by I'm sorry, I should use the Elden Ring name. The Dismounted Tree Sentinel, the one over here on the bridge. This guy, Hannah Love was the person who was primarily responsible for the rigging of the skeleton for that, like the dismounted version and everything, which I think is really cool. And then there's like Kavu, that's the most recent Team Reforged team member, and they're primarily a quality control and assurance tester, but they'll also be making slight map edits as they develop their skills further. That's just what I understand of the team member introductions anyway. Long story short, all these changes are really cool. I love all the unique icons. This game is getting more, I should say this mod is getting more and more polished by the month. All that stuff is so talented and beyond me. I say the same thing. It's incredible work. And I make sure, outside of it just being an awesome mod, right? Like, that's ultimately why us as end users would play it. This series and Let's Play, and when I did the stream Let's Play before, all of that was an attempt to give back to Team Reforged, because this is over 11 patches, damn near about 12 of work that has spanned almost 2 years, at least 2 years, or around 2 years, maybe 1.5. But yeah, it's a love letter from the player to the mod community. Exactly. That's what I think the Let's Play is going to be more of the love letter than anything, and this is going to be more of the, this is what we can do with this Vanilla Plus overhaul mod, because that's what this is. If you guys want a mod that's more than this, that does alter the base game significantly, there's another great one called The Convergence, by Team Convergence, of course, with people like Tiger G92, Couch Jockey, Aaron the Baron. Quite a few prolific Soulsborne players are part of it. They have like thousands of players playing this. I think we have a couple thousand, but they actually change like the base game models, and they're not afraid to tinker with base areas or chop up parts of the story that maybe don't fit their mod. One example of this that I know is just a slight model change is Renala. I talked about Renala's hat, right? Renala's hat is like chopped down to a crown, like it's reworked into a crown, which admittedly is just taking the middle section of the hat out. And she has long black hair, like, instead, from the crown, from the top of her head down, which is cool and all, but that is definitely a tinkering to the model. Maybe I can maybe I'll find a picture of this. Hang on. We're getting Google Foo in real time. No, model. If I could spell properly. I know someone's posted an image of this. Yep, here it is. I recognize it right away. On the right, that's not gonna work. This is the normal model. There's her hat. And this here, if I could get one that isn't a video, I would gladly do it. Where we're kind of hanging out toward the bottom end of the stream. And yeah, it gives her a completely different atmosphere, and that's cool. I'll pull up the artwork, which is sort of where they're pulling this from. It's like a really cool interpretation, and I have no problems with Renala having long hair, like, at all. That's fine. Some people chafe at this, like, oh, it's not the vanilla representation. Like, yeah, it's not the vanilla representation, but the Convergence is a totally different mod. It's not looking to be Vanilla Plus. It's trying to do its own thing. There are over 400 unique spells in that mod. And it changes the starting location slightly. It changes the classes. It's an overhaul mod much like this one, but it goes about it in a completely different way. And both of those mods are okay. There doesn't have to be mod tribalism. Oh, well, they don't respect the source material. People looking at a mod Why does this change the game so much? You shouldn't modulate the vanilla game. Well, then why are you looking at the mod? Why invest yourself in the news of an overhaul mod? That's wild. That's wild. Why waste the energy other than to make yourself feel good about complaining? I could go at this all night, but I do want to, some people are illiterate. I'm willing to bet troll more than I'm willing to bet illiterate. That is what I'm willing to bet on. Them being a troll. Or just perpetually angry. That also works. Before we call it for the night, for those of you on YouTube, this is where you could probably go ahead and hop off. Unless you have a recommendation for people I can shout out in YouTube, and I'd have to take a second and do that. But for those of you on Twitch, I'll probably do... I think 2 people? No, 1 person. I would like to avoid... no. Two's probably fine. Yep. So the first guy is a prominent speedrunner. His name is Patty. He plays a lot of stuff. Right now, he's kind of been doing a bunch of stuff late night. He's currently playing Balatro, which I hear is like a cool take on traditional card games. I have a friend who plays it pretty consistently. The other one is a smaller streamer. His name is Trogdor. Balatro is so fun. I can imagine. I can imagine. It looks cool, and the UI and the art looked really clean. Trogdor is mainly a Final Fantasy XIV online streamer these days, and he has been consistently streaming his like end content. He's part of a guild, and the bosses are very, very complicated. The demo is free. Maybe I will. And maybe I'll pick a day sometime next week as part of a break. Because I have been going at this routing thing quite a while. I'd like something a little bit of a break. Maybe we'll take an hour or 2 and check out the demo. See. Is there anything else I wanted to say about the shoutouts? No. Go check them out, or don't. It's up to you. But in either case, I want to thank everybody so much for stopping by and hanging out. I really appreciate it. My apologies for getting fewer bosses than before. This was a great stream. Can't wait to see everyone in the next one. Yep, we'll be back tomorrow. It is Thursday. Reminder that tomorrow will be the last stream of the week until Monday. We'll be online at the same time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, each weeknight. If you hadn't done so already, consider checking out the Discord. It will be exclamation mark Discord in all lowercase. If you've followed along on the stream, or you're coming from YouTube and you've subscribed, you get access to the Discord. Just tell me you're there. And I'll handle it. I check the members tab every so often. It's a pretty quiet place, but I'd like to change that given enough time. You guys know all the rest of the algorithmic stuff. I shielded you earlier on in the stream, so I'm not going to do that here. Go check out the About Me tab. Go check out the link tree. Both of those will take you to all the same spots. And with that, my name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those. Don't call me Shirley, and don't call me Collect. Surely don't call me Collect. This has been some Deathless routing. I look forward to doing more of it tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome here anytime. And with that, bye-bye.